team anywhere. Yeah.
Professional.
Yeah. It is 8:30. I call this meeting of the Riley County Commission to order. Please, everybody, join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Last Monday of September. Hopefully everybody had a good weekend. Saturday was nice out. Yesterday wasn't. I'll just leave it at that. So, start as we normally do with some public comment this morning. Don't see anybody up on Zoom. Anybody from the chamber this morning? Going once, going twice. Okay. We'll close public comment off then. Move on to commission comments and Commissioner McKinley.
Thursday afternoon, I went to Steve Higgins' retirement reception. I got a chance to talk to him for a while, thank him for his service, kind of go over some, talk how things been with him. There were a lot of people coming and going in the time I was there, including a fully bearded Pat Collins I didn't even recognize at first.
Treating him well.
Yes. Later Thursday, I attended that grand opening at the Courtyard Marriott in Aggieville. It's really looks nice place. They had some of the rooms open so you can tour through them and see how they're set up. It's a really nice place. Friday afternoon, I watched the webinar that the KAC put on about ARPA funds. They went over some funds that the state is in charge of, which I didn't know there's still some states got it, and then ours, and a lot about supposed to clear things up. I'm not sure yet. I thought that was the idea, but I came out going, yeah, there's still lots of questions, but there's stuff available out there. Some of that stuff I didn't even realize. Then Sunday evening, I went to the other new Aggieville hotel that I had never been to, the Bluemont. I attended the RCPD employee appreciation reception. They started out down in Dual Suites on the main floor, which I hadn't been there for. It's a pretty neat place. And then they followed up with the dinner and the awards up on the top floor. The first awards were to individuals that best represent each of their 8 core values. I got the right one. So those are down. That was followed by their of the year awards, as he called them. The correction officer of the year was Bruce Eagles. The employee of the year, Amanda Rucker. Supervisor of the year was Rick Deutsch. And finally, the officer of the year was Joshua Berard. I wanted to add my congratulations to each of the winners. And I was really impressed with what a cohesive group. I mean, they were all cheering each other. They were all really enthused about it, especially that supervisor and officer of the year. Everyone that seemed to be pretty unanimous in their acknowledgement of them that they all did a good job. Yeah. It was interesting. I was looking past Joshua, and partway through the description, you could see he went, "Oh, this is me," because he kind of went, "Oh."
I would have been. I was there too. I would have been very surprised if it had been anybody else, but
right.
Honestly, so yeah.
Right. I mean, I've seen him before. He did seem like a real popular guy with the group. Other than that, football was not a good weekend. Well, that's much I got for that.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Foki.
Yeah, I didn't have my computer over the weekend. It was down, so I didn't get a lot of the notices. I did go on the presentation on ARPA funds, but I couldn't. It went so fast I couldn't get it on my other computer, so I couldn't see the slides or anything. So it seemed like he just went through things so fast that it was hard to even take notes on it.
Yeah,
that was my comments. That guy talks
Yeah,
90 miles an hour.
I did get some notes, and they really, I wrote down a lot of things about like broadband, how they're going to try to fund broadband across the country to bring even rural people up to 100 megahertz. assistance to households for cost of broadband. Then they talked about state agency funds, COVID testing, contact tracing, vaccine support, and then they asked for ideas. I know Clancy asked for a couple things, and but unfortunately I couldn't see it. But I'm hoping I can, access. Maybe they
It's
have
supposed
it
to be
recorded.
Yeah, they said it was
Yeah.
going to be recorded, that they'd send a note that.
Yeah,
Look
so
back
I'm
at
gonna try to do that, so it makes a
Follow
little
them.
more sense. I have I had a printout from Trace that is about this thick on all of that, so it's a lot to go through. Let's see, Friday, did a lot of yard work, moved some trees around, did some planting, mowing and all that stuff, so it was kind of a hard day for all that. Saturday, I went and watched the game. It's a little disappointing. So yesterday, played in the bell choir, and our new pastor was installed by the bishop. So it was a big day at the church. So, anyway, that's about all I got done.
Okay. As for me, Thursday afternoon, I attended Steve Higgins' retirement party as well. Yeah, I got up there somewhat early, so it was pretty well attended, and not too many times the retiree brings brought his own treats, and they were very, very good too, I might add as well. But I wanted to give him the chance just to wish him well moving forward. I know he's done a lot for Riley County and citizens over the year. Anytime I usually talk planning, his name usually comes up somewhere along the way. So won't we just ask that we'll miss him? I think the people that he's worked with over the years, so I'll miss having him around as well. So, but I do wish him well moving forward. Late Thursday afternoon, instead of going to the ribbon cutting over at the hotel, I decided to stay home and listen to NACO's webinar. They were discussing a new opportunity that their initiative, I don't know what you want to call it exactly, for counties, kind of tell and explain their work and efforts during the coronavirus pandemic. It's being called Untold Stories, and it will allow counties to share the human impacts of keeping people in their homes and food and vital services and the economy stabilized during the challenges over the last 18 months, and our continuing efforts to try to work through and I guess around this pandemic. And we're trying to leverage America Rescue Plan funds and some other things that help strengthen and revitalize communities and the citizens and the businesses and everything that we serve to help thrive well into the future. It's a pretty interesting primitive at this point in time. It'll develop it, probably want to develop into, but you can go to naco.org/untold stories to access some resources, including guides and templates, if you want to do something, or if we want to do something, tell our story as well. So Friday afternoon, I did a part of, I missed the first about 5 minutes or so of that webinar. I agree. It went awfully fast. I picked up on some things. There were some new things in there to kind of think about. I know Bruce Chadley from PAC was on there to discuss some of the ARPA programs and public health components. And I'm aware that there's going to be some available opportunities there. I still think it's just early to have this conversation in general without final interim rules and guidelines. It's really, really hard to develop any type of plan on this. Was probably the most interesting part of that was listening to everybody kind of share their ideas about public health uses and maybe what they should be. I'm obviously not a public health expert, so picking up on some of that kind of makes you think and maybe kind of broadens our horizons on what a recovery will look like whenever we indeed get there. So well worth the time to listen in on. More think about it. It might be a good idea to go back and review that and fill in the gaps on a couple of things. Because yeah, they did move kind of fast with that. So Saturday afternoon, I actually headed over to Ogden. They had their fall festival downtown. They had a really neat parade. Had some cars, some bumper cars. The new hazmat vehicle, the Bearcat from RCPD was part of it. They had part of the Big Red One band, kind of the shortened version out there, and just several other things with that. They had a lot of vendors. I didn't eat any food while I was there because I was scared to, but it smelled really, really good. And they had a very large and I thought energetic turnout. They had a table with all kinds of auction items and stuff on there, a whole this different bag of stuff. That was pretty cool. I had a chance to catch up with some people there in the community I really hadn't had a chance to dialogue with for obvious reasons. So that was good. And the weather was just absolutely perfect. Saturday afternoon, just absolutely perfect. So glad they had it on Saturday and not yesterday because I may not have went because of that. So Sunday evening, last night, of course, I also attended the Raleigh County Police Department Employee Appreciation Award ceremony at the Bluemont Hotel. We were discussing the last time they had one was AFC Championship game 2020. So everybody was really happy. The Chiefs obviously won and ended up winning the Super Bowl, but it had been that long since they'd had anything. So I too thought they did a very good job putting that together. It was more I think there was more attendees here than there was the one in January, give or take. Obviously, they can't invite everybody because they still have shifts and things that still need to be covered. But that was pretty well. It sounded like there was more maybe spouses, friends, some other community elements that looked like they were there that probably weren't there January of 2020. I second your notion. It is a very tight-knit group. I noticed that too. They were really applauding each other on the awards, and all but one of them I actually know will tell you that they were all well deserving of that, and it makes you wonder about the other ones that might have been considered as well. Got a good group of people, so I also appreciate everything. Gives you a moment to think about this, but I do appreciate everything RCP does to keep our community safe and sound. And like I said, last time was a great opportunity to kind of reflect on all of that. So, and on the football front, there was one bright note. Manhattan High won 49-0. They're on a 9-quarter scoreless streak. And they've outscored their opponents like 126-0 during that time. That's pretty amazing as far as I'm concerned. I don't know if just the opponents they're playing are just that bad.
The last two.
They
got a good test coming up.
Yeah. It's 2 weeks, and against Washburn Rural.
Seaman, I think, is 3-1.
Oh, okay. I know Washburn Rural is going to be a tough game, but we'll see how it goes. At least they're going good for the moment. Of course, was disappointed with the K-State game. I don't know. We'll figure out how to beat Oklahoma State once again somewhere down the road, I hope. Just wasn't our night. Just didn't have it figured out. Didn't game plan very well. Tale of the two halves, but you need your offense and defense to show up at the same time, and that just didn't happen. So it is what it is. We'll live to fight another day. OU this weekend. So last couple of times before they move on to the SEC, good riddance. So yeah. So with that, we'll do some business this morning.
Need a motion to approve Raleigh County District Court 2022 annual budget to be submitted to the Office of Judicial Administration.
I didn't really get what the full increase was. Is that's just printing cost? That was the only thing on there that I could see that was an increase.
Well, it was printing, and then there was the
Some
software.
complete software thing. So when they presented the budget, there was some software thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
New
Well,
software or updating something.
Yeah, repair and maintenance is higher.
computer services, they went from 2,600 to 6,000. So I think would that be that new software program they got? That was
Yeah, I
more
don't
than that.
Well, they hadn't actually paid it, so no, not really.
That's for next year.
That's actually out of the.
Next budget.
Well, this is the judicial district's budget. That's the
Right.
county attorney's budget. So it's not
Yeah,
in the
this
same
is the
budget.
county attorney's.
Yeah, they're two different budgets.
This is state's
Yeah,
state budget.
it's just because they work directly with us. And the decisions are made by the BOCC for that judicial district. They have to sign off on it. That's every year, but I just thought, I was just trying to do the math and it just seemed off a little bit to me, but that doesn't mean anything necessarily, so take that at face value.
I move to approve the Raleigh County District Court 2022 budget.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded on approval of the Riley County District Court's 2022 fiscal year budget. All those in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, please.
Is it above that line? What says presiding officer?
Yeah. Now, some forms, they just don't make it real convenient for to sign, which I don't know why.
Yeah, you're right.
It's not that hard to do.
Do the best we can.
Next, I Raleigh County Personnel Action Form for Tasha Young for promotion, Administrative Assistant 2 in Health Department. All three signed, please.
Do you have an executive session or anything? I can have one.
Got him jumpy now.
There was just talk, and I'm like, you know,
Got him right where you want him.
if you're going to do it, today would probably be the day to do it. What makes you feel better? It's not Thursday. But Thursday's not Monday. Hard to argue.
It is.
Did you get that? That might be a first.
I didn't say it was
I'm
impossible.
looking down for ice here.
You ready for the minutes when the board is?
Already got minutes up and ready to go? Okay, we'll start off then with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. 6. Page 7. Lastly, page 8.
I would make a motion to approve the minutes as written for September 23rd, 2021.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on approval of the minutes from the September 23rd, 2021 meeting. All those in favor? Aye.
How do the tentative agendas look, commissioners?
I had them.
Next one's very short.
Yeah.
Depending on how long Mr. Holman makes you sit in an executive session, that is.
Let's probably go to noon then, right?
Possibly,
Noon, yeah.
possible.
Please.
4 or 5 of them.
Go for a record.
Any items for next week's press conference?
Man, I need to find something for Monday. Jeez. Well, we all just zoom in, I guess, on Monday.
Next, you have Julie Gibbs at 9 o'clock on the RN position.
We could just wear our jeans in for that one, so.
I guess.
I'm less thrilled with that. I'm a speak high graduate.
Yeah. I will tell you
The
though.
last few years, they've been, when I was there, we were running right along with K-State football. But
Yeah.
basketball, and it was kind of like, because basketball was always a state power, but
Yeah,
but lately they've started.
what do they call that? The dungeon, the pit?
Yeah,
Yeah, the pit. It's a,
it's quite a
it's a beautiful school.
WPA project.
Yeah.
That's why it's marble wainscot along the hallways.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, I had 3 debate tournaments there when I was in school and went to a couple of basketball games, played freshman football at the park out there, but yeah, they weren't good in football. They were very good in basketball. My junior year, we went to state that year. I think we finished 23-3. I think both of our losses were to Topeka High and then the state quarterfinals.
That was, my senior year. Well, everybody expected us, and we got upset the first round of state, but one of our players played for 4 years at Oklahoma, and several others played for a couple years at JUCO. Yeah, where they playing it out?
They're playing at Hunter Sports Park, yeah,
I was there, we played at Washburn.
makes sense.
And
I think,
they didn't have that Hummer
yeah,
facility out there, but
I think my,
Mark had a place, but Topeka High, Topeka West both played at Washburn.
yeah, I think that came in my sophomore year, so I was like 93 or something. when that
Okay, I didn't
was
know when
built,
they
yeah.
did that.
I guess that doesn't make it relatively new anymore, but yeah. Whereas that was back when it was still the I-70 lead.
When I was there, we were in the Sunflower League.
Yeah.
With the old thing that Shawnee Nation, well, not all those, once they've got now, there were Shawnee Nation schools lined out in Washington.
Basically
Topeka
for
High,
us,
Topeka
it was, yeah, it was Topeka High, Topeka West, Salina Central, Salina South, Junction City, Manhattan. I think that was it.
Yeah, I think it's
And we got what, Emporia, Seaman, Washington.
they're all leaving, yeah, but several of them are leaving because they're tired of competing with.
Hey, Tyler, this is Rich.
Yeah,
This computer over here, you can't even scroll down. You scroll down and you gotta wait like a minute for it to even move. So that's just unacceptably slow.
Some computer
Okay,
problem.
well, just after this meeting, if you can fix it. Okay, thank you.
Well, I hooked mine up to it, so that's probably what happened.
It was contagious.
Yeah, it's contagious. Didn't want to work.
Yeah, this thing.
back when I was there, actually, the Salina Central was the school that we had two twins. And then Terrence Newman. Was part of that, yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't really a football star, he was a track star, but pretty good.
Well, even at K-State, he won the Big 8 track.
I remember it was my junior year, he would have been probably a freshman or sophomore. Playing up here, he ran 2 punts back for touchdowns.
Sounded like the Chiefs coach got a little dehydrated.
Something.
There's probably some math that game he forgot to drink.
Or maybe that was the problem, he did drink.
Morning, John.
Morning. And Linda.
A lot of the important ones here. That's a
Yeah.
good deal. Good morning, Linda. How are you doing?
Fine.
Right. Is it moving any quicker?
No, it is not. It took me 10 minutes to get it there. And you can't grab the scroll bar and it's just, yeah, it's got problems.
Wonder if the battery in the mouse is going out.
He said, he's looked at it this morning. He knew it was that way. He said he installed some updates last week.
Yeah, he installed some updates and all their stuff.
Sometimes I think the updates mess up the computers.
They do. They do.
It's just like every time I do something, then update it.
There's like 5 new different bars that have popped up
Yeah.
here. I don't think any one of them could use
Oh,
for
yeah.
anything in particular, so. I was gonna, are you gonna zoom in from here?
I'm just gonna go up there, yeah.
That's the same link as our actual meeting, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to do that from the office. I probably asked that question every month this year.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, it doesn't make much sense, and I need to be over here, open meeting, so.
How long are you gonna be?
I don't know. It was put on here, so I'm not sure what questions they want covered, so I'm just gonna update on advanced voting and all that good stuff and see what questions there are.
When I gave the first presentation, that was about 20 minutes long. When I did the one for the Farm Bureau, it was about 45 minutes
I
long.
think it was,
So I gotta figure out a way to shorten some
I think
things
it
up.
was Yusha that wanted this, so I don't really know.
Oh, advanced voting is what, about 2 weeks away, 2.5 weeks away?
Yeah, it is
It's not all that far.
getting here quickly. Come on, Julie.
Good morning.
Okay, it is 9 AM. I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion that we recess as the Board of County Commission and reconvene as the Board of County Health.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Hey, Julie.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
I'm here to request approval to hire for a new position. This would be a full-time registered nurse through our clinic. We were awarded a grant. It's the IAP Immunization Action Plan Supplemental Funds through KDHE to fund a public health nurse position effective immediately through June of 2024. So you can see here some of their job duties that they would do. Erin has revised the original position description to add in some of these major duties, but they would still do some of the other duties secondary to this. So they would be working closely with our RADx team, who has already identified underserved populations in the area to help with vaccinations in those underserved populations, as well as our booster clinics and everything that we will have coming up for them. I really wish we could hire 2 or 3 nurses, but we were awarded enough funds for 1 position. So there are some of their duties. There would be no fiscal impact on the county, as this is all through the grant along with their benefits. Any questions?
I guess my question, Julie, would be what happens after 2024?
Hopefully, we're enough out of the pandemic that we will no longer need their services. But that's my hope.
Any chance that that grant would then extend after that, or probably?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I don't get the indication that it would, so that's why I asked. Okay. Anything else?
I move to approve the new RN position for the RCHD clinic.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All 3 signed, please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
Looks like the reason at 9:15, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Day to day, huh?
It is.
So far.
It is. Jinxes.
Yeah. We had a
Thank you.
homicide over the weekend.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I didn't hear about that. Where was this?
Down in Yuma.
Yeah, someplace down the south end of town.
Well, they kept saying the evidence was on South
I
Road.
know.
They said that murder wasn't there. Some-
They
That's where they live.
They apprehended the individual in Topeka, so he's been extradited.
Yeah.
Any details on it?
No, except they believe it might be relevant.
Studiously avoiding any details before. It was, I mean, I assume it was husband and wife. They're both the same last name, same age. But it was. 12. Okay, so that's a lot. It said the resident, that's where they went. Looked for him. They said the body wasn't found there. That's as much as.
Was it cheating or? They didn't say.
They
Can't hear that either.
Very
Not sure like that.
limited.
But thank you, note. I'll
Very
check on
limited
it.
information.
Yeah.
I'll also make a motion that we recess as the Board of County Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commission.
For a second.
So moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll cover the staff on it. So.
So is he a reporter or? is he-
John Drake. Yeah, he's with the
Oh, is
Free
that the
Press.
is that?
Are they still going or?
They are. They are.
Are they just online?
That I do not
I
know.
haven't seen the
Haven't
printed
seen their
paper.
stuff in a while.
That I do not know.
I thought that's what it was. but-
Yeah. Gone and then the break.
Although one time, a couple weeks ago, all of a sudden, there was a stack somewhere I was.
Really?
First printed one I'd seen in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't seen any for a long time. Because I haven't been out. Usually they put them at the only edition.
Yeah, that's what I usually see them too. They're in Vista.
Oh, best friend too.
Sign up, so sign up.
Well, one thing I always liked about them was they did a lot of historical stuff on the like, good now. Diary and different things like that.
Yeah.
That's how it's. A lot of the other people. Editorial, so it's crazy. It's good to read it. I think probably with a lack of delivery on the Mercury. You know, we're really using a lot of news going on.
I don't care what they say, they'll publish 3 issues.
3 issues, yeah,
Mercury?
yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, there's 3 delivered.
3,
They say there's 6, but there's Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, they're
Mhm.
delivered, and they're mailed,
they're in the mailbox.
so they're.
Yeah, I knew they went to
News
mail
anyway.
delivery.
But
The other's
everything,
online.
the stuff online Monday is also printed on Tuesday, so it's.
Yeah, I just like having a news, something to read, like a newspaper in hand. It's really. You'd think for a town this size, we could have a good newspaper every day. I miss that. Sometimes my mailman doesn't even show up till 7 o'clock at night, maybe not till the next day. So,
Ours used to get, a lot of times not get there till 6, but now I don't think switched the route, because we were at the end of the route.
yeah,
We were in town, they went through town and then out around the country, and then we were on the way back.
on the
in.
way back in.
But I don't know if they changed the route, but anyway, usually it's middle of the afternoon then.
Mine just, in my neighborhood, is just like, it's so random. Sometimes it doesn't make it at all, so then you don't get the paper for the next day. One other. Everybody. There are 2 places last week I went, Dairy Queen was closed. They said for lack of employees.
Which one?
The one out on Anderson.
Huh.
There's one evening, I'll get an ice cream cone, it's closed.
Even the drive-through?
Yeah, the
Oh,
drive-through.
because I've been out I've gone by several times from the drive-through, was the only thing open.
Yeah, well, this was
Because they
everything.
can't- yeah,
I think it was like on a Thursday or Friday, something like
I
that.
think a lot of the fast food chains like that, you're gonna start seeing shrink down.
Mhm.
Like a Pizza Hut model over there where you just walk in and pick stuff up or go through drive-through, or there's one of the food share, ride share. Call it.
Well, it's like Dairy Queen, I saw this neighborhood kid on his bicycle the other day. He said he was working for Dairy Queen and they're paying him $15 an hour.
And that's one of the reasons
For
why
high
they probably
school
have to do that, because the overhead, I'm not saying they should
Yeah.
or shouldn't, I'm just, they gotta make up the difference a little bit there, so.
He says he makes a lot of ice cream cones. Yeah.
This time of the year when it's
That's not a
still 100
bad
degrees
job,
outside.
really. But yeah, and the Salon Brands was closed the other afternoon too. Down the street.
They've been off and on closed anyway, haven't they?
Not so much.
I wouldn't know, of
I
course.
was- I don't go there
I really don't have much of a
much,
need to go in there.
Yeah, I knew they were short. That was like Friday.
About every drive-up window has a sign that invites people to submit applications.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Boy, if I was in high school and somebody was gonna pay me $15.
Well, I actually worked at that same location in high school too, but it was a Hardee's back then, so.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right. That was a Hardee's. We had a lot of fried chicken and ultimate bacon cheeseburgers.
first job was in a nursing home cleaning toilets for 75 cents an hour.
Wow.
That was really fun.
I volunteered at
So, Lori,
Good morning.
morning.
First one was $1.10.
$1.10.
Digging ditches
Okay,
for
for Monday, postcard.
city speaker water,
Cabinet.
not tobacco,
Oh,
We can work by it. Yes.
my big hot job.
hooking up new services. Because the
Still so much to do.
contractor runs it out there and they
I
have.
always have such
to
great
dig out
intentions
down
on
there.
Saturday morning.
They hook it
Next
all
thing
up,
you
so,
know, it's Sunday night.
Learned out, there's
Yeah.
a, yeah, learn how to dig with a shovel,
Yeah, you
make
do.
it,
I do that all
so
the
you don't
time
eat
now.
yourself, so you don't wear yourself out. there, so.
Yeah, it is. It's hard work, especially on the clay soil.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Lori, you're up.
Well, good morning again.
Morning.
Good morning.
You all had a good weekend. It's kind of depressing if you're a Cats or a Chiefs fan, but
Had plenty of discussion about that this
Oh,
morning.
gosh. It's just so disappointing,
Yeah.
but we'll bounce back.
Yes, we will. We
That's right.
certainly will.
Awesome. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the 2022 appropriation. It's greatly appreciated. We always appreciate the support that the counties give us, and we couldn't do what we do without you. So again, thank you very, very much for that. I will be sending our service agreement for next year and also a letter of support for our KDOT grant that you normally sign every year. I'll get that sent off. So Rich can make sure we get that in your packet here in the next couple of weeks to get that signed. We started working on our budget for 2022. I presented the preliminary budget to our board subcommittee this last week, and it will be up for a full board at the end of October. So working on that. We are working on the assumption that COVID is not going to make a substantial impact for us in 22, and I certainly hope that that is the case. Even if it's like it is right now, I think we'll be okay. As long as we are able to keep our day service centers open, that was the huge impact that we had financially. Not to mention services for our clients, and believe me, whenever we talk about where we're at on our pandemic plan, clients are very vocal with me about how they do not want day services to close. They don't want to stay home all the time, and I get it. I understand that very much. So we're going to do everything that we can do to make that happen. Speaking of COVID, last time I was here, I talked about our vaccinations that we did in January and February of earlier this year, in which we got 90% of our clients vaccinated and 60% of our staff. That number has remained about the same. We are in the process of scheduling both flu and COVID booster shots because we do fall under the new guidelines that the CDC has put out regarding long-term care and healthcare.
Just curious on that, did they give you guidance on which one to do first, or?
No, we're waiting for that.
Okay, because I don't know if you're supposed to take the flu shot and then the COVID shot, but they're not
You know, and
recommending
I've
both
heard
at the
some,
same time, obviously.
I've heard
so.
some other providers say that they're looking at doing one on one arm, one on the other. That makes me a little nervous. And I'm not a medical professional at all, but I think as long as we get both of them done at some point in time, I think we'll be okay. But yeah, doing both at the same time kind of freaks me out a little bit.
I'm curious to see how they.
Again, waiting for that guidance from the people who know. I don't like needles, so that's part of my issue, although I do get the shot. So regarding the vaccine mandates, I'm sure you're aware what President Biden announced a few weeks ago regarding vaccine mandates that will affect Big Lakes on a couple of different levels. One is we are over 100 employees. So if that's the side of this that affects us, then we will either have to have the vaccine or we'll have to do testing, regular testing. What concerns me more is the release regarding funding. If you get Medicaid or Medicare, everybody has to be vaccinated. The question that we have is on the Medicaid side, is that only for medical, or is that for everybody that gets Medicaid? If it's everybody, then we'll be mandated. That concerns me a great deal. I really believe in the vaccine and I want people to be vaccinated. But when I got 40% of my staff who were not and have refused to do so, it really makes me wonder where we're going to be as far as staffing. We are really bad off right now regarding staffing. As a matter of fact, I've just been a report. Our staffing has improved a little bit. We had 50 FTE openings earlier this summer. We're now at 42, but we're looking at replacing 1,500 hours a week with overtime and with extra hours and so forth. So that has the potential to really have a detrimental effect on us. So we have no timelines yet. We have nothing there regarding that guidance. I'll let you know as soon as I know. I'm impatiently waiting to find that out.
Oh, I'm curious as to why the 40% are reluctant to get vaccines, especially in this situation.
our nurse, our RN, talks to each individual about, because we are able to offer the vaccine. We got certified for doing that. We can offer the Johnson & Johnson vaccine on, immediately if someone chooses. We've had a couple people take us up on that. But in most cases, they said they're just not confident in the safety of it. I think a lot of that was prior to the FDA coming out and saying that the vaccine was safe and so forth. Our numbers creep up a little bit, but we employ a lot of young people that just don't seem to get either understand the urgency of it or understand the consequences of it. And I wish I understood that. I just don't understand that point of view.
I don't think you're gonna work around that.
Yeah, and again, that causes me a lot of concern going forward as far as staffing is concerned. I would love everybody to be vaccinated, because if everybody was vaccinated, I wouldn't have to take all the precautions that I'm having to take. And our clients wouldn't have as many restrictions as they have. But as long as they are vulnerable to individuals that are unvaccinated, that's kind of the way things are. Even with vaccines, there's breakthrough cases, of course. And when half of the people that we serve have underlying health conditions or over age 65, which places them at great risk even when they're vaccinated, that's just too great a risk for us to take. To just open everything wide up. So that's kind of where we find ourselves right now with COVID. We are in phase 2. We went back to phase 2 of our pandemic plan August 1st when the numbers started going up again, because we had opened up in April. And what that means is our day service centers are still open, but we have a lot of restrictions on interaction. We have what we call kind of pods. Where people come in and that's where they stay and they don't have interactions with others. That way, if we do have an exposure somewhere, our risk is limited and our quarantines are limited. Otherwise, I'd be having to quarantine everybody, and that would not be a lot of fun. So we're doing what we can to mitigate the risk as best we can, while still providing meaningful day activities and employment for our folks. We have not restricted employment for our individuals if they have jobs in the community. We're doing what we can to reduce what risk they may have. I'm happy to say all of the clients that we have in employment in the community are vaccinated. So that's about the best risk aversion that we can have.
I don't think you, with the services and the way that you provide those, have a convenient way of doing any type of remote type of work to offset anything either, correct?
Yeah, we did that for a year. And we did what we can, but it's
You really
not
have to have that
optimal.
one-on-one interaction, and there's just no getting around that.
That's right.
Yeah.
They have to have staff with them, and that's just the case with probably 95% of the people that we serve. So we will continue to stay in phase 2. My team and I continue to monitor the cases, what's going on. Of course, whatever Julie Gibbs puts out, we take very seriously. In the 4 counties that we serve, I go out and I check the CDC's website on the transmission levels. I'm happy to say I went out this morning and Riley County is actually down from high to substantial. So that's some progress. The other 3 counties we serve are still high. And we'll continue to stay where we're at until I start seeing some significant drops in number of cases. We did 2 weeks ago, we had our DSP Appreciation Week. That's a national recognition of people who of direct support professionals that serve people with IDD. It's sponsored by the National Association that we belong to. It's called ACOR. It's a week full of food and giveaways and just thank you opportunities for our direct support staff. They don't get thanked nearly enough, and they really should be appreciated for all the great things that they do. Let's see, the state budget, we did have a 7% rate increase that was implemented July 1st. Very excited about that. Our board gave $1 an hour raise to all of our direct support staff, and we also increased our starting wage to $12 an hour, which is great, but still not enough. But as I said, have made some progress in hiring, but not nearly the numbers that we have. As I said, we have great staff, we just don't have enough of them. And I know that's a problem with a lot of employers around town. So federally, the American Rescue Plan that was passed into law in March, it did give a temporary increase in the match amount rate that we get in our Medicaid funds, our HCBS Medicaid funds. It was sent to the state. We're supposed to get that over a year's period of time, and the state was to submit a plan on how they were going to spend that money. That plan was submitted beginning in July, and we're still waiting for approval.
We might be waiting for a while longer.
Yeah, it's kind of depressing because of course that was it's a rescue plan and money that we're getting on April 1st and we don't get it. So anyway, that's a very frustrating. What I anticipate the state's plan, which I agree with, is we need to put out recruitment and retention bonuses for our direct support staff. That's what it was intended for. And we have gone ahead and are paying that. We're just not getting reimbursed at this point in time because we can't wait for them. We need staff and we need staff now. So we went ahead and implemented it, and I'm hoping that we will be able to get things retroactive. But we'll see how that happens. But that's basically all I have for you today. Of course, I'm always willing to answer any questions that you might have, and I'll keep you updated on our COVID plan and how things are going there as far as operations are concerned. Doing the best we can, knock on wood. The last positive cases we had were in January until August. And in August, we had 3 staff that tested positive. One was a breakthrough and was vaccinated. Fortunately, none of our clients were tested positive. We did have a few quarantines and nothing came of it, which was good. So I'm happy to report that. And hopefully we can continue that trend where we're not having to deal with that with clients getting sick. Because I really am concerned about how vulnerable they are to this virus. So. Any questions? More fun?
Yeah.
All right. Well, again, you know where to find me if you need anything, and I'll be back in a couple months.
Okay, thank you,
All right.
Lori.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah.
Lori, thank you for all you're doing, because people don't understand, in your position with COVID right now, your job's about 3 times as hard as it normally is.
Well,
and
it's
so-
definitely, we kid at the office that we're in COVID time, because time is, we said, well, we did that last week. Well, it felt like, 3 months ago. It's just, things are so strange. I've never experienced anything like this in the 27 years I've been to Big Lakes. It's just the strangest thing.
The workload and.
Yeah, and the decisions that have to be made, and you're not going to make everybody happy, and I understand that. I've understood that for a long time. But you have a lot of different opinions, and you're trying to take into account all of the opinions of what everybody's thinking and and still maintain a good quality of life for our clients. And that's a real struggle, right now. We want them to be in the community. We want them to participate in activities and so forth. And so many don't understand why they can't.
Right.
And that's hard. And I get that. I understand that. I wish I could do a lot more things too. So but I try and set a good example for our clients and for our staff, and we all do the best we can. So
No, thank you.
you bet.
Next, commissioners do not have anything for press conference, so at 9:40, you have Mr. Holman.
Hey, Rich.
Yeah, I've seen that. Is that water damage over there? Yeah, it's moisture, coming in. Yeah, that's where they had to fix that before. It's not like liquid water, it's just moisture from.
Oh, okay.
So that kind of moisture,
Okay.
yeah,
Condensation.
yeah, yeah.
votes to rescind. Cost of that.
Probably something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, I'll talk to her after a bit. I have time this morning. I did just say that, didn't I?
Well, that time.
I had time this morning.
Well,
That happens very often. Probably got about the best sleep I've gotten in about a month last night too. Yeah. I think I got, what do they call it, the deep realm or?
REM.
Yeah, REM sleep.
Less. 4 or 5 nights. I just can't get to sleep, wake up early.
I started watching the 49ers and the Packers last night. Woke up at 5:30 this morning, which is late for me. Woke up and came right to. It was like, man, what's going on? Normally I'm sluggish. It takes me a minute. Takes me a little bit of time. But oh, I know. I was going to ask Clancy. Was there anything on the legislative items of interest you wanted to discuss in intergovernmental?
Not in particular, we've talked with them about what our issues are.
Okay. I didn't know if you wanted to use that as an opportunity to talk about the legislative summit or.
We can do that. We can do that.
That's assuming you'll be on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll give you a moment if you want to.
Sure. Just remind them of those issues, talk about that.
Mhm.
Urge them to come if they want to.
Okay.
Where in the W drive, was that presentation? I'm still looking for it.
On yours, I don't know at this point.
I have a W, something,
Okay,
it's under W, but it's all Windows stuff. Who put that on yours? IT?
It was already there.
I would have IT just put it on an icon for you on your
Mhm.
desktop is what I would do.
That's what I've done.
I
Yeah,
think
I
Tyler's
asked
gonna be
Richard,
coming
but
down to shut this down and
He
to
forgot to
fix
do it,
that,
I
but
guess,
yeah, I'd have him put an icon.
Okay,
Like we can just click on it. It's
Yeah.
easily accessible. You don't gotta go searching for it.
because I need that.
He can do that.
Okay, yeah, I asked the day, probably got plenty of other stuff to do.
Yeah, he was probably just focused on all our backups the other day.
Okay, Clancy.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Clancy Holman, Riley County Counselor. Update you a little bit on the project list. These are some items that are not on this one because material's been added since this was turned in. I am having, with regard to the countywide emergency radio communication system, I believe we'll be in a position to up the contract side of that this Thursday, during this Thursday's meeting. There were a few problems with a couple of the sites that the parties worked on to get done. Needed to resolve that. That's been done. And so you'll be seeing that final contract documents probably Thursday. A little luck. If not, it'll be, depending on how signature goes on the other side, if it's back in time to put on the agenda, it could be next week, but we're pushing for Thursday. See if that happens. In the First Christian Church matter, on that pending appeal, the attorneys for the defendant historic sites board of review and state historic society requested an extension of time through the clerk's office, the district court clerk's office. That is a matter of right under the statute. Once somebody requests it, it just extends the time for them to file an answer. So the new date for them to file an answer is October 11th. An answer to our petition for appeal in that case. And we've also got the on the dark store, did reschedule that podcast due to just some other matters that had to be resolved and related to that. That took priority, so that's been rescheduled for this coming Friday, actually. We'll be doing that podcast for KAC. I will be on the dark store issues. And it's again for that toolbox that KAC is preparing for members on various issues. I did attend and mildly participate in the KAC webinar on ARPA on Friday. And it was interesting. I guess maybe I'm getting used to the speed at which those go. So it didn't really jump out at me until you described it. I thought that was pretty quick. So I would have to agree. We've got the potentially Riley County Employee Day, potentially discussion with the moderator for that. Dave Lewis, we may be talking with him this afternoon a little bit about some more details, depending if he needs to do so. And let's see, have been working with fellow members of the Next Gen 911 Committee right under Employee Day on this, and got just some ongoing discussions about upcoming projects that the committee's going to consider and then bring back to you for potential action of the Next Gen 911. Also under the departmental list, it's moving slow.
It's horribly slow. Yeah,
Okay,
Tyler's gonna
well.
work on that after today. Yeah, it's moving.
There's an entry for Riley County Human Resources, been working with, going to be working with Elizabeth Ward on some new concept under the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission called long COVID disability. Whether or not there's going to be, which is one of the stranger names I've heard for something like this. It just means addressing some, apparently there's going to be some kind of recognition of long-term symptoms from those who recover from COVID and how that's treated by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and by the entities that are subject to it. So we'll see where that goes. So also reviewed and approved as to form a KDOT local road safety plan agreement. Jargon in it, and saw nothing illegal, so it's approved. Be glad to answer any questions you've got on either these items or the items I just described, which were add-ons. You'll see these things I just talked about, plus other material on next Mondays.
Assuming your discussion on the rural economic development advisory committee was on the resolution to develop that.
Yes.
correct?
Yep. As soon as that's gets circulated, then we'll have something to bring back.
Okay.
Haven't seen the marked up version yet. All right. That's all, but I've got nothing else.
Okay, any other questions? No? Okay.
Thank you.
And according to my agenda, that was the last item of the day. Short day. Is that anything else?
Melanie and I spoke last week about the potential memorial for Cheryl Collins. I didn't know, you were the one that brought that up to staff, so that's what I brought it to your attention.
Yeah, I don't know how everybody feels about that. I thought we should do something there. I didn't thought we were gonna have something on one of the upcoming agendas.
Are you talking about the dollars or
Well,
for memorial, because we approved $100.
do we want to do something like maybe a plaque or something that could be put up in the museum
Yeah.
permanently, or, on, it's like October 4th meeting, there's gonna be some time in the press conference to have some recognition of service. I guess that's gonna be mostly staff, but anybody else who wants to chime in could do that as well, or anything else that maybe we're missing on that.
Do we
Nick, do you
need to
think-
invite her husband?
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
I thought about an actual plaque of some sort.
So a plaque for the museum facility.
Yeah. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I don't know, some kind of recognition.
Okay. Like I said, we're having the recognition during a press conference. I don't know if we need to do something a little bit more formal.
Well, I think, sound like the staff has something, but yeah, like I say, a plaque or something.
So her staff has something to present the press conference on October 4th.
Yeah,
Okay, yep, we'll start working on the plaque.
okay. It's kind of a short turnaround there, but.
Yeah, I don't think we can have the plaque by October 4th. We'll get a plaque.
Okay, maybe we need to push that out to a little further in October. I don't know if there's any recognition or anything needs to be done during Employee Day. Maybe that's not the right platform to do that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay.
Since we're covering it at the press conference, it kind of covers on a broader spectrum to include.
Okay.
But it's whatever the board wants.
I think the way we've got it set up now, or it just may not work to present a plaque on the 4th, so we may need to move that to a different.
So move the 4th, the press conference item to coincide with the plaque.
Yeah.
Okay. We can do that. That's all I had, commissioners.
Okay, I didn't have anything else to add this morning myself, so. Of course, we'll be coming back at noon to do the intergovernmental today. I guess it's Valley County Day.
Let's adjourn.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on adjournment of the September 27th BOCC meeting. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
You'll have us all set up, Tyler, for the intergovernmental.
Usually we don't actually turn off the stream, but I'm gonna try to see what I can do with the computer right now, and if I
Okay.
can't, then I'll just reboot it.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
That's the same Zoom link as our regular meeting, right?
It should be,
Okay.
yes.
Sorry, yeah, okay.
Got a couple minutes, John.
I do. We spent some time with Clancy here too, so.
I'll let you get after him first. Go ahead.
When you get done with that, apparently there's a presentation set.
Okay.
I don't have it, I can't find it anywhere on my computer.
Okay.
So Richard said I just.
Okay, I'll take a look here. And see, okay. It's about the U drive though, correct? Or
I
W drive?
don't know where it is, they said it was on the W drive, but I don't know what anything about it. I just need the presentation.
I understand.
Well, wherever we put it, I don't care. Just need to know. I don't think it's there anywhere.
Okay. Anything that seems to be at least a little bit better. It seems to actually move.
Oh, God, yeah.
So we'll try that for right now, and then I'll look at it after the meeting actually fully ends. So
Great, thank you.
no problem.
Yeah, I was talking with Catherine, it'd be nice if you could just, wherever the half-cent sales tax presentation is, I think it is out there on the deputy drive, just put it on her front screen as an icon, that way she can easy access for, so she can search for it. Thank you.
Hey Rich, where's it at? Where's the actual tax presentation located? Rick, do you know where?
I just pulled on it from her desk. You should know where it's at.
Okay. Well, let me look real quick.
Your turn. Get him all fired up again? I don't envy you.
There you go. It's okay.
Tyler,
Yes, sir.
can I ask you a question?
What's up?
You know where this is not shut down and however long previously, is this what we're supposed to be getting, signed out? Is that what that's it?
No, it's actually like full on restart. So
Okay.
if you go over here and actually hit restart.
Restart, okay. So
And I
that's
locked
what-
your computer if you're wondering why it was locked.
Yeah, that's okay, that's okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Same thing applies obviously on the desktop too.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
We did, just found it. Yeah, it's fine.
I already saying you didn't have it, so. Cool. Do you need things, Quincy, before I head out?
No, thank you for asking me that.
Okay, cool.
Have any more Chinese puzzles to throw your way?
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, no, I didn't catch it, so. But I
Thanks, John.
Copy, what's going on? Okay.
It's not right for me, I don't think.
get a chance to even with this? Did you get by to? Oh, okay. Okay, so it's worth picking up some call ice cream for it too. Yeah. You'll see briefly, you'll see briefly as I scan for that folder. Yes. This board is. Yeah. I don't- But we kind of make admin operations. That actually, you know. Boy, you really weren't kidding, were you?
No, I'm hungry today.
I have a fully frozen homemade apple pie. Nibble on it and.
Tempting, tempting. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm just curious. Okay, what's your direct line? Okay. Okay, great, thank you so much. Wait for the pizza.
Absolutely.
It's kind of late.
A little bit.
I ran, got some gas, I ran over to get some hairspray, and then I dropped my wallet. First, it's a problem.
Good. That's the person who's on your phone.
I hadn't even noticed it. I went over the wall.
So that sounds.
It's a good thing it wasn't anything.
Good day.
Oh, it was good, yeah.
This.
I'm a Frank counter, yes. Sometimes you want an email, we don't have much email address. I'm not giving it to you.
Get enough email.
And what, if you want to print and receive, or you want an email, no, I don't, you don't have my email. So I tend to go through all that. Of course, it's page.
So
There's just too much stuff. I just really do that right. All the time, I buy something online, and I just.
listening devices.
Oh, yeah. I can rely on stuff. Well, I guess I'm gonna make a phone call. I'm sure I'll smell it when it comes.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Oh, I'm hanging in there. I think. Yeah, I'm hungry today too. Of course, I'm always hungry.
Say that. Where'd he go? Oh, there you are. Kind of hide from you. You had a question, didn't you? Can you hang around just long enough to make sure I get the presentation up on screen share?
like 12, 15-ish is what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
probably something, yeah, okay.
And I already enabled screen share on the computer, so it should.
Okay, you just hit screen share, and if it's on the desktop, it should just pull over, right?
Just do share screen.
Okay.
And then, yeah,
I just need to always think about a plan B, so you're that plan B.
that's fine.
Okay.
I'd feel much better with Tyler present.
Yeah.
It will happen, it will always happen. Yes, it will.
So we probably, oh, that's good. What do you think about it? Is that too dark?
I don't know.
I think it's perfect, but you know.
I'm feeling interested.
Paying attention. It's fascinating. It's,
See, benefit for people.
Well, we haven't got anything special right now. It's on federal funding.
The only thing special is they can go directly to their ESL, to extended sick leave. And if they use their annual leave,
Yeah.
but there's no federal.
Okay,
So-
supplemental amount.
That's what made it possible.
That ended at the end of the year.
Yeah, and to me, if somebody's not vaccinated.
Problem here. So running all kinds of issues. Religious exemption. physical exemption.
Well, that's.
Pretty easy to come up with. Declare yourself first.
Okay, it is 12 o'clock, everybody. I'm gonna say thank you for joining us on this beautiful, hopefully early, doesn't feel like today, fall afternoon. I know we got lots going on, so I'll get moving along here as far as the agenda is concerned. I do have a couple of very quick housekeeping items before we get started, and then we'll move right along. Next meeting will be done virtually on October 25th. As I mentioned, I think last month, where our plan is to keep this in virtual mode through the rest of the year. And then I do believe the city of Manhattan takes over for us. So they can decide on how they would like to proceed, whether they want to go back to in-person or virtual or however wanted to go through with that. So I guess, for lack of a better term, it's kind of Riley County Day here. Got a couple of different items, including some election information, and I will be giving a update and a presentation on our sales tax question. And I believe Clancy Holman, our county counselor, has some legislative items he'd like to discuss. And afterwards, I will get an update from everybody. As I typically do, I don't have it in any specific order, but I'll get to each one of you one by one and finish up maybe with something just light on the Riley County side, since we are kind of heavy today. So if there isn't any other questions moving forward, we're going to go ahead and jump right into the agenda, which we're with Rich Fargo, our Riley County clerk, to talk about the upcoming municipal election.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll spare you a close-up look at my mug today. I'm in the commission chamber, so I'm at the podium here. So I'm on the big screen here with the rest of the commissioners. Just kind of go over some important dates for the upcoming election. Of course, everyone remembers the September 1st deadline is the deadline to receive special questions. And of course, we did receive one from Riley County, which will be on the ballot this year for the sales tax. September 18th is the next important deadline as far as elections go. A lot of people think, the election's about to get started. Well, it's well underway, because that September 18th deadline is when we're required to send out federal service ballots by law 45 days prior to the election. So those have been sent out. Voter registration books close on October 12th. That is for anyone that needs to update their voter registration for whatever reason, name change, just recently moved to the community from somewhere else or changed their address here locally. Then on October 13th, advanced voting by mail begins, and advanced voting in person at 110 Courthouse Plaza at the courthouse office building. We'll remind everyone that this year, unlike last year with the presidential election, we are not automatically sending out applications by mail to all registered voters. So if anyone would like to get a ballot by mail that does not qualify to have one sent to them permanently because of medical reason or some type of disability, anyone else that is a registered voter has to fill out an application and send it in for each and every election. So those can be sent out. They are out on our website to pull one up and fill out the information and sign it and get it to us so we can get you a ballot by mail. Remind everyone that those ballot by mail, of course, go through the U.S. Post Office, but those are also legally acceptable to be dropped off at any polling place on election day. So it's very convenient. That would give us, in our community, 30 polling places where those ballots by mail can be dropped off fairly close to anyone's residence. Of course, everyone knows that November 2nd is the general election. Of course, in Riley County, we open for the full 20 days for advance in person. By state law, that closes November 1st at noon. Just a little information, the last general election for a city school was in 2017. The percent turnout then was 22.84%. So unfortunately, during these city school elections, we do get a much lower turnout. Everyone in Riley County will have the opportunity to vote on some issue. All the cities have positions open. All the school boards have positions open, USD 383, 384, and 378. I would encourage everyone to go out to the Riley County website. We have a lot of great information on there. Like I talked about, these past statistics on past elections out there for every election. But then also people can go out there and get their voter registration information and also a sample ballot. Also can pull up where their polling place is out on our website. In case anyone's not comfortable with technology, they can also, everyone always has the opportunity to call into our office, and we'd be glad to get them that information. I'd be glad to stand for any questions anyone may have. Okay, well, that's all I have. John?
I didn't see anything in the chat box there either. So one final call for any questions for Rich on the upcoming November municipal election. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on. And I am going to pull up the screen here, so give me just a moment. Okay, is everybody able to see the screen? If not, pop something in the chat box there and we'll figure it out. As Rich kind of alluded to there, we do have a ballot proposal for Riley County on this municipal election cycle on November 2nd. It is a 0.2% sales tax to cover roads and bridges. What I've been kind of doing with this particular presentation is just kind of giving kind of a little historical background, a little bit of a timeline, and just kind of explaining where we've been at in this process leading up to this. And then there's a lot of slides here. I'll try to be quick and brief so that we can move on to some other things. But if there's any questions, you can pop those in the chat box or just wait till afterwards, and I'll be certainly glad to answer those. So as we know, we have a 0.5% county city sales tax that's been in place. Been in place since 2002. It was renewed in 2012. And as we know, last year, the city of Manhattan passed a separate municipal tax to cover some of the things and stuff that they needed to do moving forward and to capture some of the revenues over on the Pottawatomie County side. So of course, with that, it also kind of leaves us in a spot of being able to figure out how to accomplish what it is that we need to accomplish moving forward. What this is, it represents about 4% of the total county budget at this point in time. And we feel it's, and debated this very, very thoroughly, that it's a vital and constructive need. For myself, I've had this dialogue since about the beginning of last year. So it proceeds to former commissioners, to current commissioners, both of whom are on the call with us this afternoon, and different officials and staff from Riley County, some that are still here and some that are no longer here. So we've had a broad discussion over about the last almost year and a half. And finally, as we've gotten through the spring and the summer, we've come to this conclusion that this is where we really need to be, and we need to be able to do this basically to stay whole. Well, we're not asking for anything more, but we're also not asking for anything less. So that's kind of where this falls. And this is kind of why we decided to go this route at this particular point in time, and some of the depth of discussion as to why I'll come as I kind of roll through these slides here. So as you can see, that's the proposition that's in place. It is on the general election November 2nd. I think we all know that, right? So I'll move on to the second slide here. We had a thorough discussion with the Riley County Road and Bridge Advisory Board on this. And as you can see, there's some other entities, community partners that are involved in this process too. We have letters of support from each one of the other smaller Riley County cities, Chamber of Commerce, Planning Board, both planning boards, Manhattan and Riley County. The township officers have been on board with this, as well as University, Extension Council, and Fire District. So there's plenty of community support to back this particular initiative up. So here are some of the completed projects. I won't go through each and every one of these slides with specifics, but I want to start off with the first one here, because I think out of everything that we have done since 2012, this one actually may be the most important. As we know that there are some other construction plans in place within the city of Manhattan, the Edge Collaboration District. University, I think, has an updated master plan for athletics and some other things in this area. So as all those things develop and get constructed, the natural inclusion is going to be, we need a detour, and that detour is probably going to be Marlette and Dennison Avenue. It's a project that we worked with on the city. It's a project that we also won a couple of state awards in collaboration with in order to accomplish, and it's going to be that natural detour moving forward as those projects get done. So I hope that everybody will appreciate that as that time comes, that you don't have to run through slower speeds, construction cones, flashing orange lights, et cetera, et cetera. So this one's very important. And we still have some more work to do on the west side of this avenue moving forward that this sales tax money will complete. And it's of a benefit both to the city of Manhattan as well as the county. So it's still collaborative in its very nature. Here's a couple other projects. Like I said, I'm not going to go through specific details on these, but you can see what they look like before. You can see what they look like now. So you get a kind of a visual indication of what these sales dollars represent and how they will accomplish those needs. These are the current sales tax projects that are in place. So this is the 2012 cycle, but it gives you an indication of how we've been using those funds over the last 10 years. There's small culverts, large culverts, bridges, so on and so forth. You can see that there's kind of a balance of those. They're not all just rural. Some of those lead into other roads and lead into the city of Manhattan as well. So there's been a balance with that. Here's the second part of that. Stockdale Park Road was an interesting one because that occurred in 2019. It wasn't one that was originally on this list, but due to some emergency issues that had to be closed. And because we had these sales tax dollars in place, we're able to realign and reprioritize and get that in and done. And it services a large amount of area in 3 different townships, I believe. So it was very, very important to do. And we were able to do that because we had these dollars in place. So for the county, the road and bridge inventory is just as you see here. It's 230 miles of roads, 135 bridges, 479 large culverts, and 3,700 small culverts, just to kind of give you an overview there. The next slide kind of shows some of those infrastructural safety issues. Many of these county roads need to be reconstructed and redone to meet minimum modern design standards. Some of these bridges and some of these culverts are longer than 50 years old. So obviously don't meet any of these particular standards, and we'll need to do so in some fashion moving forward. Over 13% of all those county bridge and culverts, as I mentioned, are deficient, will need to be replaced for just what I mentioned here. And keep in mind, with growth obviously comes population density, and with population density comes increased traffic, heavier truckloads, which leads to accelerated road and bridge deterioration over the course of that time. So some of the other existing deficiencies that we have are bridge lanes, and the widths are too narrow, poor visibility on some of those roads, inadequate shoulders, structural inadequacies, or as we mentioned, doesn't meet modern day engineering standards, obstacles that are sometimes in those roadways, bridge abutments, trees, other obstructions, sharp curves, steep roadside slopes, and of course, as we mentioned, weight limit restrictions on bridge. And because we are of an agricultural county on the rural side, that becomes a really, really big issue. Our next slide kind of talks about the results of deferring reconstruction and replacement. Obviously, what it means for us if we can't do this, it means we'll have to close roads and bridges. There will be higher vehicle maintenance costs, higher agricultural and implemental equipment maintenance costs, obviously reduced speed limits in some of these places, lower weight limits on bridges, increased road and bridge maintenance costs. By deferring it, doesn't make it cheaper, it doesn't make it any easier to do when we're able to come back to it. Maintaining what we have currently at the same cost that we have is actually a much better and effective approach. And along with that also comes escalated replacement costs. This next one here is basically what we have come up with for hopefully over the next 5 years. There's 23 projects entirely that have been prioritized. There's a $10 million estimated total. That could be a little bit more, a little bit less, depending on revenues, obviously. Project distribution, as mentioned, will be countywide. And I think this next two are really important to understand, is that 4.8 million of those are projects that are actually in the Manhattan Comprehensive Urban Area. So they do, while they're not within the city limits themselves, they do greatly benefit the city of Manhattan in total. And then $5.2 million of those projects are out in the rural part of Riley County. I know these couple of slides here are kind of probably hard to see on screen here. We do have, I think on the website where you can pull it up and it's a little bit larger, or you can go on GIS if you're really, really curious about something in particular. Of these proposed projects, of the 4.8 million, you can see many of those are overlay constructions. One of them we're working on right now. I just finished up out on Anderson Avenue. So coming in from Keats back into Manhattan, if you want a great example of how this works and the benefit that it has. But you can see in green, all those areas lead right back into the city. So those are places that people will travel in and out of. So it's very, very important. I have a couple of new road construction projects, and there's a couple other bridges and culvert structures. We've been doing some work on the west side of Wildcat Creek here recently over by the Liquid Arts Winery, to give you another kind of example of how the sales tax dollars can be used effectively on some of those other infrastructural projects. Here's a couple of those, including the aforementioned Wildcat Creek Road. You can kind of see where we're at and why this is so extremely important. The next slide talks about revenue generated for county road and bridge projects. Currently, we estimate it's about $1.8 million in revenue annually for these projects, which is about equivalent with everything in place to about 2.6 mils of actual property tax. And what I like to point out here is that property tax value is on everybody, whether you're in the rural side of Riley County or in the city of Manhattan. It covers all 71,000 people. Existing countywide sales tax for roads and jobs will end in December of 2022. That's a sunset on the current one. And if approved on the general election here upcoming in November, that 0.2 cent proposed sales tax will replace the current combined county city 0.5 cent sales tax. And one thing I like to point out too is, although it adds that 0.2% back to the city of Manhattan, it's actually a 0.3% reduction on the rural side of Riley County moving forward. And of course, it doesn't change anything if you're shopping downtown or placed eastward out on Potawatomi County. And I know, once again, this slide's probably hard to see here on screen, but just gives you the 7 proposed bridge replacements during that time. None of them are really, really close to the city of Manhattan, but they all lead to roadways that people use to come in and out of the city. People come into work and go back home outside of the city of Manhattan. So they're still relatively important to everything that needs to be accomplished moving forward. Here's some of our culvert replacement projects. And once again, I apologize if the slide is very, very difficult to see here. Jumped up one. Here's the 3 proposed road construction projects. These are ones that are in and around the city of Manhattan. The one that I want to point out specifics is on Highway 24 at K13 and K113, which K13 kind of leads you onto the dam and then places up north. And then 113, of course, is the Setchilds. That isn't a KDOT consult right now, so it may or may not be out of this sales tax or the next sales tax. But this is what it's going to take to provide that local match. And I think, as we all know, this is a safety issue at both of those locations, as we've had major accidents and fatalities at. Marlette Avenue, of course, from about Browning moving westward, is something that's being discussed as part of the Setchild corridor in and around the city. And Wildcat Creek, depending on what happens both with airport expansion and other commercial and industrial development in the future, may be necessary too. And if so, this will be the funds that will help take care of that. Here are our 5 proposed asphalt overlay projects over that same course of time. As you can see, most of those pretty close in and around the city or in around the Lake Heights area, where there's quite a bit of residents as well. And then a couple other places kind of moving up north and out to the northwest. So currently, in trying to understand the sales tax charts and how they work with areas in and around us, it's still, even with this, would be very, very comparable. As you can see, Topeka's at 9.15, so we're kind of looking at that same type of setup. Junction City actually is the highest in the state, so we're well under that mark. And I believe Salina's just a tick higher than us as well. So we don't really see any real changes in that at this particular point in time. And we still feel like we're staying very, very comparable with other places around the state too. So next slide here is kind of the local sales tax breakdown. I think a lot of people are surprised to know that the state of Kansas gets 6.5% off the top of that. And you can see through the other charts there where that's all combined at. So actually, I'm trying to move my arrow here. Obviously, if you're looking at the 0.5 right now, that will actually reduce to a 0.2. Doesn't change anything for the city of Manhattan, but it still, as I mentioned earlier, changes that equation for the rural side of Riley County by reducing it by 0.3%. And here's kind of a little bit more of a specific breakdown of the sales tax allocations. These are, as mentioned down below there, those projections are based off of 2021 estimated receipts. I actually am pretty optimistic in thinking that revenues over the next handful of years may actually be higher. So we may actually have a little bit higher of a total and maybe can do a little bit more even with that in the 5-year allocations if passed. So the next slide deals with why sales tax instead of property tax. I think that top bullet point there, a lot of people don't recognize right offhand that nearly 45% of the real estate in Riley County is exempt from property tax, putting a heavier burden on property tax to start with. And those property taxes in Riley County are paid by approximately 30,000 taxpayers. Some of them are here, some of them are elsewhere. But to note, that's still a heavy burden considering the exemption part of that. So sales tax would then be paid by approximately 130,000 people from the metropolitan statistical area, plus about 1 million or so visitors that attend athletic events, cultural events, other events, things at Fort Riley, outdoor recreation, other athletic events, national, regional, or state meeting and conferences that are held in the Manhattan area on an annual basis, graduations, soccer, softball, et cetera, et cetera. It's a pretty long list, but everybody that comes in is helping us all pay for that instead of just the 71,000 citizens and 30,000 estimated taxpayers. So some of those sources that generate sales tax, as you can see, K-State students and parents, recreational activities, and other outside related athletic events. Fort Riley, as we all know, provides $1.8 billion worth of economic benefit to the area as well, and KSU athletic events, just to name a few. So realistically, in conclusion, Riley County Commission basically has two options at this point in time. Either we work very hard and get this sales tax and be very diligent while we have it, or realistically, we raise property tax, or that 4% of our budget goes and we defer that maintenance and that work to a later time when we're going to be able to potentially do so. As the conversation has and dialogue has continued over the last year and a half, it becomes pretty apparent that though maybe not the perfect option, really the best and most efficient option for safety and prosperity and vitality's sake is to use it through sales tax and continue on in the same manner that we've continued on over the last 20 years. I'm jumping all ahead here. Sorry about that. So in the Riley County Commissioners have decided to place that on the general ballot on November 2nd. I can't really see it on here, but the sample ballot is on there. And the next slide will give you kind of a breakdown of what that actually says in the language that is on the ballot. We've all seen these before, so
but it will be used to finance costs of bridge and roadway construction improvements, including maintenance and reconstructions, all pursuant to the statute that allows us to do that through KSA 12-187B/20. So, and it is 5 years, over 10 years. So we have 5 years to prove ourselves, and if not, it can go by the wayside. So it's not forever. It's not for 10 years. Gives us a chance to kind of really work those things out. So, and of course, ballot or no ballot, please vote on November 2nd anyway, but please take it into consideration when you're thinking about future infrastructural needs for Riley County. So, and I'm free to answer any questions that you may have at this time. Did I lose everybody here? Okay. Didn't see anything in chat. Does anybody have any further questions on this presentation or the status of it? I'll be glad to answer it. Okay, well, if not, then we'll go ahead and move along on the agenda there and go to number 4, which is legislative items of interest. I know Clancy Holman, our county counselor, has some things that he'd like to kind of update on from the legislative side and from our state association. So if you're on, Clancy.
Thank you, John.
Give you the floor, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just the primary thing I wanted to tell everybody here as a matter of interest is please mark your calendars. Riley County is going to hold its annual legislative conference on Thursday, November 4th. And it will be in commission chambers as it has been traditionally. Last year, we did a hybrid event like just about everybody did due to the pandemic. But this year, we're going to have a live meeting with our delegation, and the board's convinced that'll lead to much better dialogue. I think everybody's ready for that. And so we're looking forward to it. So it'll run from noon until 2 o'clock, and we will have a lunch will be served. Probably box lunches of some sort, but certainly if you're interested, it will be a public meeting. And anybody who would like is entitled to attend. It will be in commission chambers. Primarily what we'll be discussing during that are 4 issues that I've talked to you before about. I won't go into great detail, just to remind you what they are. Number 1, constitutional protection of county home rule. That's something that the board has been interested in for several commissions. And it's currently in play in the legislature in the form of Senate Concurrent Resolution 1606. It does not expand county home rule. Quite frankly, it simply protects county home rule from the legislature deciding one session to simply repeal it. That's the advantage of having that constitutional protection. Second item would be what's sometimes called anti-dark store, but on the positive side, it really clarifies what has long been held to be the definition of fair market value for property tax purposes. That matters because dark store uses a hypothetical value 40 years in the future sometimes to determine what the value of an ongoing retail concern is today. That's what this legislation is designed to eliminate. The third item will be, called the Riley County Unincorporated Area Nuisance Abatement Act. And that mouthful is because it's based on Senate Bill 52, which passed due to the work of Sedgwick County this past session, kind of popped up at the end of the session. And what it provides is that in the unincorporated area, and this is modeled word for word, basically, on the Sedgwick County legislation which passed, to give Riley County in the unincorporated area the authority to abate nuisances, to do that kind of self-help to abate a nuisance that right now we are forbidden, we do not have. And it would only be allowed once we first got a conviction for a violation of a county code. So it's not the wild exercise of power. It also has a sunset provision, just like the Sedgwick County model, lasts for 3 years and then expires. And finally, we don't have legislation developed yet, but we're making a pitch to the legislature to restart state sharing of revenue with local government, with cities and counties. To get that going again, LAVTR, Local Ad Valorem Tax Reduction Fund, and the associated legislation we believe it's time to restart that and thereby help to keep property taxes low, which was the original purpose of that statutory scheme from the get-go. I'd be glad to answer any questions. Those are the items we'll be covering. We know we're going to be covering those items at the legislative conference, and they are on KAC's radar, and they will be they're supported by the Kansas Association of Counties legislative platform for this upcoming session. Glad to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Clancy?
Yeah, Clancy, I have a question. I think last time when we met, you said there was the dark store hearing by BOTA at
Yes.
that time. I don't know if it was live or if you were present. Could you tell us what came from that?
Yes, what came from that in this hearing, the one I'll be referring to, Commissioner, is the petition for review, because of course the county lost on the hearing on the merits. The petition for review hearing was very interesting. It was scheduled for 4 hours, and the board that was hearing this, 2 of the members of the board were not on the board at the time the decision was rendered. In fact, they had to sign the order, and that may have spurred them on to ask a whole lot of questions, which is good. That's what you want if you're trying to convince any administrative or judicial body to change its mind. You want questions. You want to be able to address what they're thinking. And they really asked a lot of questions, which we were glad to see. Our attorney spent over 2 hours of that 4 hours going over point by point why the board needed to reverse. Then the taxpayer's attorney got up and spent about 20 minutes of their 2 hours, which they were allotted. And so we feel that was encouraging. You can never predict what's going to happen in those kind of circumstances, but we're optimistic that maybe this might represent potentially kind of a turn in this. We'll just have to see. But the great thing was they were asking questions, and the great thing was our attorney was able to hit point by point why a dark store valuation is in violation of well-settled appraisal principles known throughout the country.
Yeah, do you know when you would know what came from that? There's no
Unfortunately, we don't.
timeline?
That's a
Okay.
great question. They do not have a time limit. BOTA does have a statutory requirement to issue a decision on the merits within a certain amount of time, but there's no time limit on a petition for reconsideration. I will say that according to our attorney, the Taxpayers Council primarily challenged even having the hearing for reconsideration, which of course exists by statute. That's why they were there. That's why we were there. There wasn't a mystery. It's the opportunity to convince a body that's just made a decision to change its mind.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Were there any other questions for Clancy? Okay. Seeing none, I didn't see anything in the chat, so seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the next agenda item, which is number 5, and that's Melissa's miscellaneous discussion and announcements. Now, this is the part where we'll go ahead and get some updates from the various agencies that are on the call. And I'm gonna start off with RCPD today, since Director Butler has another meeting at 1 o'clock. So I'll give you the opportunity to start, Director.
Well, thanks, Commissioner. I appreciate it. The only major initiative or announcement I'd like to make is we have decided as an agency to enroll in self-assessment to earn accreditation for our communications section. Many of you know that the department is accredited through CALIA. Earlier this year, we had a 30-year anniversary celebration. And there are some policies in the department that do cover our communications center, but there is a separate standalone accreditation through CALIA for communications. And our staff feels strongly that we, as an accredited department, should pursue that and earn that accreditation. We think it'll take about 1 year to 1.5 years to do it. And we think it's the right thing to do since we are a consolidated dispatch center or communication center, which means we provide dispatch services for all of the first responders in Riley County. The Kansas State University Police Department does have their own communications center, and they do handle calls from students and staff. Many emergency calls, however, still come to us directly, which are then sometimes transferred over to them. Are there any questions about that? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Butler. I didn't see anything in the chat there for you either. So good luck on your 1 o'clock meeting. Next one I have on my list is I think Kelly from Fort Riley.
Hey there, can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Outstanding. Well, appreciate the opportunity. Had and continue on at Fort Riley with the Big Red 1 Year of Honor. So recently had a ceremony that I know some of y'all are here for. We renamed the division headquarters building 580 into the Victory Hall. Have some more Big Red 1 Year of Honor events between now and December, and then starting the planning for 2022, which is going to be the Big Red 1 Year of the Family. So more to come as we continue on with that. Also had an excitement with our 4th intergovernmental support agreement, where we signed an intergovernmental support agreement with the Unified School District 475 last month for the first demolition exit in the Army. So pretty excited and proud of that, where had the first bulk salt commodities purchase with City of Manhattan for our first IGSA, and then our most recent being that demolition one. And then finally, just to let folks know, those who come in and out of Ogden Access Control Gate, that gate will be going to 24-hour access effective on 4 October. So that way there, anybody who does use coming in and out of there, it'll be 24-hour. And that's all I have, unless there's any questions.
Hey, Kel, could I jump in there real quick?
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, Steve, didn't know you're on there.
Hey, that's okay. Hey, team, listen, my name's Steve Cruisenberry. I'm the new deputy to the garrison commander here at Fort Riley, Kansas. So I just wanted to jump on and introduce myself. I know a lot of people out there, but I know some folks were wondering when that selection was going to be made. So I was honored and thrilled to be selected for the position. So I just wanted to say hello. Really happy to be, attending this intergovernmental luncheon, and I'll try to make the next few in the future. And I really appreciate Kelly and team just coming on and keeping everybody informed. So that's all I got, and I look forward to working with everybody. Thank you.
Well, welcome aboard, sir. We certainly appreciate you being here and look forward to collaborating and interacting in the future. Glad you're here.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Were there any other questions for Kelly or Fort Riley at this time? Okay, seeing none then, I'm going to move on. And USD 383, you're up. I see several people from the school district on.
All right, I'll go ahead and start, and you guys can jump in if you need to, but things in the district seem to be going 100 miles an hour. I'll give you a little update with count day. Our September 20th count day was last week. So if you guys remember, during last year with COVID, we saw about a 300 student reduction, mainly in the elementary side. And we have recovered probably about half of those numbers back coming in. So it's actually a little better than what I anticipated. But we still have a lot of work before that final number comes in. But we're trending in the right direction. And I would say the name of the game for the district right now is staffing, especially staffing of our classified positions. I don't think that's a surprise for anybody on this phone call. But we've seen probably the greatest shortages in our paraprofessionals that support our special education students, as well as bus drivers. And when we're short in those areas, that puts a lot of pressure on our custodial maintenance. I believe at the last meeting, I gave you guys a little update that we got dropped by our food vendor right before school started. We've been able to straighten that out as best we can. It's still not 100%, but I don't know if anybody's operating at 100% with the supply chain issues throughout our entire nation's infrastructure. With that, I think everybody's struggling with that. I was reading an article today about some Kansas City school districts that actually had to borrow food from other districts, and they were getting their vendor dropped in November. The good thing about that is, the good thing about what happened to us is our vendor dropped us and we started looking for other solutions. The vendor that this district was dealing with is dropping them in November, but still hasn't been sending trucks. So they have basically been getting about 20% of what they've ordered. We're probably on the line of getting 80 to 90% of what we order in our trucks. So we're still, if pizza's on the list, maybe we're getting something else if that's what we have today. So we're scrambling pretty good on the food service, but Stephanie's doing a great job. I can totally tell you our local vendors that have really stepped up that process and working with to serve our students, and I really appreciate that. But yeah, we'll probably make some pleas, and I think I talked to a few of you guys before, but I'll probably reach out again. One of our issues with our paraprofessionals or our transportation, the reason we have a hard time getting them is we've got good work for them, about 10 and a half months out of the year. And then about, month and a half or 2 months of those years, there's not as much work for them to do. That if you guys have seasonal things in the summer that we can really help advertise, filling some things for you guys in the summer to fill some of those summer programs you may have or summer needs, and then come back to work for school in the fall. I don't want you to steal them, but if we can figure out something to help borrow them, to try and work together on that, I think that was something that could really help us, because we got a lot of people that love working at school. It's just, a month and a half or 2 months with a really reduced paycheck is a difficult thing for them. And we just don't have the demand to need them to pay them the full time to work in the summers. So we're working on a lot of things in that edge. So if you have people that are eligible to be sub bus drivers for us, guys, send them our way. We're happy to take them, and every route we can cover with a sub bus driver is one less maintenance and person I need to put in there. So I'll just put the plea out there to you guys. Thanks for your presentation on the bridges and roads. That's something nobody really likes until they're gone, or until they're bad, or you're driving around Stockdale, unplanned. So I really appreciate that presentation. It was really good. And I think you got a good case. If anybody reads through the whole thing, it's a pretty good argument all the way through. So I hope people take the time and get educated on that for you. But I appreciate that, John. Really nice presentation on that. And Clancy, thanks for the work on the dark store. Keep us posted. We're interested in that one too. Daryl, Kristen, I saw you guys. Anything else?
And I really just wanted to thank the city and everything yesterday for the opening of the Eisenhower Rec Center. That's that joint effort, the second one that the city and the school district put together. And that's just a great opportunity for everybody, and for the taxpayers, a great savings plan. And that was done with sales tax dollars as well. And so it's just a great opportunity. Really appreciate all that. And hopefully we'll have a lot of tournaments coming in that will help pay for all that as well. So just need the staff to take care of it all.
Yeah, just echo what both Daryl and Eric said. I think we're very much looking for creative solutions to workforce issues, like I know the city and the county are as well. So, if we need to do some brainstorming, just give me a call. I think I've been trying to think out of the box a little bit how to solve this problem for everybody, but we know it's not going away. We had these problems before the pandemic and it's just getting worse. So we need to all figure out creative solutions. Thanks for all that everyone does.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Kristen. Does anybody have any questions for USD 383? Okay, appreciate the words of encouragement and support there too, Eric. Appreciate that. Guys are doing a good job. Hang in there. Okay, next on my list then is the City of Manhattan. I see several people on from there.
Good afternoon. I'll start off. Appreciate the echo there, Daryl, for the Eisenhower opening yesterday. It was a good event and a great partnership, a lot of team efforts from a lot of folks to see those rec centers open this year. So we're excited about that and the opportunities that it brings to our community. Last week, the commission took several action items. A big one, a couple big projects that are coming up. They concurred with the award with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on the levee improvement project. That's about a $27 million contract with a contractor out of the Kansas City area. That work will start next year and will last about 2 years. So that one's going to be around a while and cause some sporadic disruption, but most of the work's actually on the levee itself, but there are some haul routes to get some of the fill material to, we're actually raising the levee by 3 feet along the Blue River side. And then there's lesser amounts along the southern side near Wildcat Creek. So more to come on that as that gets closer. They also awarded phase 10 of the Kimball Avenue project. And Commissioner Ford was talking about the improvements that were made out on Marlette, which will help tremendously to help reroute the traffic. That was a $4 million bid by Buyer Construction. So good to have a local contractor involved in that particular project. It's slated to get started later this fall, and we'll have some impact. You might recall that does we plan to close Kimball Avenue between North Manhattan and Denison. So folks will need to use those reroutes along Marlette primarily. One of the reasons we put a lot of emphasis on getting the College and Kimball Avenue improvements done, as well as the North Manhattan improvements done, so they can carry more traffic during these other phases of construction. We also sold about $25.7 million in temporary notes, construction financing, I think a record low interest rate of 0.4% with 6 bidders. So that's great to have those kind of bids coming in for bonding amounts. And then the City Commission also appointed the Housing Steering Committee. And that's a group that'll start this year-long process of updating the housing study and creating a new analysis of our housing situation and how we go forward in that particular area. Tomorrow afternoon, the commission will have a work session on our strategic plan, and we're starting to get some of the draft elements of the plan. During the month of October, there'll be quite a few opportunities for kind of the last big round of public comment on the draft plan that will scheduled to go to the commission for adoption in November. So look forward to those opportunities. Also, on October 5th, the commission has scheduled consideration for a spec building policy. The Chamber of Commerce has promoted a need for large, like a 50,000 square foot facility for manufacturing and warehousing. We're looking at our tax abatement policy and our IR industrial revenue bond statutes, where we would offer private investors that take this risk to create something new that we don't have in the community that might draw some additional jobs and businesses to the area. So you might be interested in that. And then last week, we were formally recognized awarded a Defense Infrastructure Program grant for the airport, just over $6 million. This was primarily to look at maintaining our 150-foot runway. So it's a great opportunity for us. We really appreciate the partnerships, especially with Fort Riley, the Chamber, the Flint Hills Regional Council, and helping the region to select the airport to be the right applicant for this position, and our congressional delegation. So we appreciate that very much. And I don't know if the other commissioners have items they want to talk about.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. I just wanted to add one thing. October 14th, the North Campus Corridor and Ed ceremony will be taking place. Since we won't meet till November, I just want to let everybody know that's also been a very collaborative project by all the entities that are on this meeting, and I look forward to that on October 14th.
Okay, anything else from the City of Manhattan, or any questions for the City of Manhattan? Okay. Seeing no questions, I'll go ahead and move on to the next person I have on here, and that's I think Linda from the university.
Good morning or good afternoon. I was having trouble with the mute and the video button this time, so sorry about that. Just to carry on with the the Edge Collaboration District, otherwise, well, formerly known as the North Campus Corridor. We are looking forward to that dedication ceremony on October 14th. And if any of you have driven around that college in North Kimball area, you'll see a huge difference in the lanes and just the infrastructure leading into that area. That makes it a lot easier once we get the other construction done for getting in and out of that area, and really putting a gateway to the north edge of the campus and what we have to offer. And you can see a lot of the development that's been going on on the north side of Kimball with the research park, and that extends all the way to North Manhattan Avenue. So we do look forward to kind of celebrating what's already been accomplished I think there's a total of 14 phases to this North Campus Corridor Edge project. And so that Kimball project going to North Manhattan is, I think, phase 10. So more to come on it, but we've come a long way. So it's time to celebrate and look to the future on that one. We are obviously kind of racing towards midterms already. It's fast approaching, which, really good to see the campus filled with students. We are still in the classrooms. We are continuing to require masks on campus, and we'll stay in that mode here and in our campus in Salina until those two counties come down out of the CDC's ranking of substantial or high risk for positive cases. So, but we meet twice a week and have meetings on how we are. We've not had any outbreaks on campus or related to campus. So, and that's really, really good. And a lot of it has to do with people following the social distancing and wearing the masks. And we're working on the vaccinations, getting the vaccination rates up there. So we're in the upper 60%. So we're continuing to encourage more of the vaccination, but things are, and football games, outdoors, normal capacity for the football game. So that's been good. And we've had other events that have been able to reopen, such as McCain. We've had 2 performances in McCain, and we'll have about another 4, I think, this semester between now and the end of the year. Also, our Princeton review numbers are out. They've been out for a few weeks. So you probably read about them, but we still have the happiest, #1 and happiest students. We're top 5 in the best town gown relations, #3 in the best quality of life. We're also ranked by Smart Asset Magazine as being the best value college in Kansas. And so we're always pleased to have those rankings continue for us. Probably one last thing, I know everybody's always wanting to know what enrollment is. We don't have those numbers to release yet. Probably maybe early next week, but those numbers are released through the Kansas Board of Regents. So we can't release anything until the Board of Regents, but that should probably be out in another week or so. That's all I've got, unless you have questions.
Suffered a tough one in Stillwater Saturday, but
yeah,
we'll continue on. Any questions for Linda in K-State? Okay, we're going to jump back just a little bit here. Looks like Eric from USD 383 had one other thing he wanted to mention. So I'll give you a moment there, Eric.
Yeah, I missed one thing on my list, sorry. And thank you, Commissioner Ford, for letting me jump back. We received notice, we've got a group around the community working on Afghan resettler refugees. So I just wanted to let everybody know that we were told to expect the first family within that settlement within the next couple weeks. And I believe we're supposed to bring about 50 plus to the community. I'm not sure how many of those are kids that we'll have in school, but I'm assuming probably at least half of them would be. I think with this first family, it's 3 kids, 2 adults. So if you guys have people working with that group that's working on the resettlement team, they've been doing some great work, and they're trying to reduce the obstacles down for these families in these very difficult, tragic situations and make them feel welcome in our community. So I think that'll be a joint job from all of us, just to make sure they feel valued and accepted and welcome them to our area. So I just wanted to let you guys know that's coming very soon, sooner than later. So.
Okay, good to know there, Eric. Thank you. Appreciate that. The last one I have on my list, and they've been probably waiting very patiently, is Katie and Daniel from MBAF.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Everyone? Okay, cool. Hey, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Daniel Garris, Outreach Coordinator for MBAF, and I'm giving today's MBAF update. Joining me is Katie Pulaski, MBAF's Communications Director, who's also on the call. The majority of our team is still in maximum telework per USDA guidance. All USDA employees are now required to be fully vaccinated by November 22nd, and we are scheduled to begin our full-fledged return to the workspace in January. Earlier this month, MBAF's wastewater pretreatment plant officially opened, and the USDA began operating the facility as part of our phased transition of operational responsibilities from the Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate. So we're excited to have even more of our USDA team in the facility doing the jobs that they were hired to do. USDA leadership continues working with DHS to identify additional areas of operation for USDA. Hiring has slowed down a bit as more than 80% of our operations staff have been hired. That's about 230 of the 287 expected operations positions. Currently, we have 3 positions announced on usajobs.gov, including a secretary opening in our communications unit, an occupational health nurse, and there's also an opening posted for the associate lab director for the Fattle Foreign Animal Disease Diagnostics Laboratory. That position will likely start over at Palm Island in Orient Point, New York, and then move to NBAF as the science mission transitions. Other than that, that's all I've got. If you guys got any questions, just let me know.
Any questions for Daniel, Katie, and MBAF? Okay, appreciate the update. And I'll go ahead here quickly and give kind of a little bit more broader update for Riley County besides just sales tax and elections. As of last Monday, we did complete and finalize the 2022 fiscal budget. It is going to stay flat at a 42.285 mill levy, still approximately a little over 0.5 of a mill levy over this new revenue neutral rate. Couple of reasons why that is just the 4% increase from RCPD, some capital outlay that needed to be done in our rural fire, and some non-collectible revenue that with this new revenue neutral rate, we can't incorporate into our 2022 budget. So very rigorous process as it always is, but it's done and pretty much ready to go. On the COVID front, the Riley County Health Department continues to work on that and continue to set up vaccination clinics. We're going to be working pretty quickly here on both flu and booster shots. Still a lot of information on how to progress with that is still laying out on the horizon, but at least there's some discussions and some really strategies to get that in the works as we move through the rest of summer and of course fall and into the regular part of the flu season there. So a couple other things that we're working on here in Riley County is the development of an economic development committee for the rural side. We had some discussions about that and working on the official resolution and development of that. So that'll be on the horizon here shortly, and working on some facilities discussions on how to work both with the ambulance and EMS and with the health department in general. So, and what kind of funds we can use for that. And that'll be on the horizon here as well, whether we can use some ARPA funds, some leftover revenue loss funds through CARES, and how all that will develop into that process moving forward. So that's a discussion that will be had kind of moving forward. And from Riley County side, that's really it at this particular point in time. So I'll be glad to answer any questions on this or anything that we discussed prior throughout the call. Okay, seeing nothing, I do want to point out once again that our next meeting date, virtual by Zoom, once again, will be Monday, October 25th at noon. Be thinking about any potential agenda or topics for discussion. So I think we kind of have everything open on the topic list as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know at this moment. So if anything comes up, please feel free to reach out, and we'll get everything set up, and look forward to some cooler temperatures, some more K-State victories, and just fall in general, everybody. I appreciate you being on the call today. Everybody take care, and we'll talk next month.
Thanks, John. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks all.